Hello everyone. I totally didn't just have an intro to my stream and now I'm starting over here for the YouTube video, so I can just start right away. This is the first ever video of mine of looking around Battlefield 2042 for potential secrets and Easter eggs and things like that. And this is the open beta. It just opened to the public last night, currently October 7th. So, in about like 1 in the morning my time. So if there's any patches or anything that happen after this, I don't know, potential for things to change, I'll have to keep an eye out for all of that. So I do not expect to find anything as of now. The sit rep of the Easter egg landscape for this game so far is that there's just a couple little just funny things in the game. We don't expect there to be anything in the beta this early. We did have one of the devs who is known for having a history of making elaborate Easter eggs in the Battlefield series did stop by our Easter egg Discord and was like just checking in to see if you guys are crawling around the world, and it looks like you are, or something like that. So he did check in with us at least. It doesn't mean there is anything, because he's known to be just funny like that and likes to prod us and make us think there's things, even if there is and even if there isn't. So this is cool to know that he's keeping an eye on us already this early. What else is there to say? If you're looking for normal gameplay of Battlefield, there's like a million other videos and streams right now. I'm just going to be running around mostly not fighting anyone. I'm going to be way in the outer bounds of the map, examining things. And before anyone asks, because this might come into play later, these are the graphical settings that I'm running. 1080p, borderless. I'm running 9 field of view. It's actually, I think, 90. A lot of that's because I want to lower FOV so that I can look at the details and things easier. I mean, I'm generally terrible at games. And I do play this game, and I enjoy Battlefield on its own as well. So just because I'm playing weird for this doesn't mean that I can't enjoy the rest of the game. I'm not very good when it comes to like gunplay. I don't really have much of an opinion of all that. The only thing that separates guns to me is like, oh, here's the submachine gun, here's the machine gun, here's the sniper rifle. Like the differences and all those other things don't matter that much to me. I just like the series because of the different class differences and just playing roles and all that. Alright, so mostly everything is on high. Texture quality is ultra. Mesh is on ultra, just so I can see as many details of models and textures as I can. I might be able to raise some other things, but I've been able to get pretty consistent 60 FPS just by just with these settings. I don't really want to mess with them. I have this low latency thing is off. I have high fidelity objects thing on ultra. I don't know what a lot of this means. Only difference right now is I have not streamed with all of this stuff. Just catching up on chat, and yes, I'm doing this as part of a stream, so if you're watching this video after the fact, you're going to be like reading chat and things like that, so yeah, if anyone has any weird stuff to share who's watching right now, feel free to post it, like in a Imgur link or something, just write in the chat, or like a clip, or you can go to the my Discord, which is Ludo Crypto, and it's linked below the stream. You can post it in a channel in there, and I'll take a look at it. Not sure what else to say. And my video card all my computer specs are listed below as well. I have a 3060 Ti, I think. Let me check just for the record. Oh, cool Windows noise. I have a Ryzen 7 3700X CPU. This is installed on an SSD. Graphics card, RTX 3060 Ti. There you go. Windows 10, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So I'll just start loading into a server. So some of the challenges that I've noticed so far regarding Easter eggs is, and we've all been talking about this, is the fact that there's always going to be bots and servers. So will always be some level of conflict. Previously in games like BF5 and 4 and 1, you're able to get private servers, or at least just find an empty server, and it made it easier to find stuff. But there's just no way to turn off bots. And I know the portal mode, which is going to be like an open sandbox deal. God, I hate that sound. That's going to allow you to customize everything, but generally how it works in the Battlefield series is that if there are Easter egg challenges and all that, they're going to be in the standard, like, ranked gameplay. It's really doubtful they'd have anything in a special mode where players can tweak everything. So we kind of want to get used to everything that way. And finally, the reason why I think it's important that even when there's no prospect of Easter eggs, it's important to get to know the game world. Since it's a new game, they get to know what conventions that they're setting. They get to know how the world is in its default state. Because when things start changing, then you'll know when something has changed. So I think that's an important thing to keep in mind. So far I felt like the grappling hook dude has been the most useful for Easter egg stuff for obvious reasons, because you can just move around a lot easier than the rest. And there is an Easter egg regarding the C5. I'm not sure how to trigger it, but there's a way that you can make the little LED screen on the C5 say C5 go brr, or whatever that meme is. Air tool. Well, let's just see if I'm able to come up with, or able to make that happen. I think the UI is, I mean, I like it the way it is. I mean, right now the map, like when you push M, just doesn't show up at all, which makes it very hard to navigate for the most part. I'm kind of used to the layout by now. Okay. So as you can see, like on the C5 thing, actually there's a lot of stuff I want to disable here. All sound effects, music, master. I don't think I can turn off all of the like gameplay sounds. I have the voices turned off at least. Well, let's just see how it goes. So the C5 has like a whole display that you can see there. And apparently there's some like rare funny things that can show up on it. So, okay, how do I use this? Oh, okay. Kaboom. Gone. C5 activated. Kaboom. Detonated. Eliminated. Detonated. Bye-bye. Gone. Kaboom. Gone. Oh, there's C5. Go brr. LOL. Alright, so that was way easier. I didn't even have to blow anything up for that. Nope. There's one. Ouch. They spelled ouch O-U-T-C-H. Interesting. Want to see if there's any rare ones. What's that noise? Windows, what are you doing? Oh. That's my full body trackers for VR. I forgot I left them plugged in. Nope. Kaboom. Bye-bye. And this is like near future. So they kind of had to do different things to try to make it so it's like, let's just slightly futuristic. Okay, we got C4 in modern times. Let's make C5. Yeah, I pressed the button too many times and it disconnected USB devices on my computer. Okay. Well, I've seen the ones that I already was looking for. So another thing, so I'm going to be a real help to my team. I'm just going to be killing myself a bunch of times. Not recommended. Taking a look at the images you guys are posting. Oh yeah, there you go. You have a screenshot of the thing we were just talking about. Okay, so you can also get weird messages with this. How do you even pronounce that? Oh, recoilless? Okay, some reason I thought that was a different word. So this has an LED screen on it. I like that this rocket has like a Wi-Fi and data signal and a battery. My God. Oh, interesting. It actually measures distance. This could be useful. Oh wait, MS? Is that milliseconds? But it changes according to movement. Oh, no, okay, right above it is meters. 30 meters. So this is actually, this could be useful in the future. And for anyone watching too, something else I'll talk about here in a bit, where there's radio stations in all the vehicles. And there's a whole conspiracy radio station of them talking about story going on in the game, about like what the countries are doing. And it's really interesting. So I sat and recorded the entirety of the conspiracy radio, and there's a video of it on my YouTube channel right now. I'll probably listen to it again just for the stream. So, and it seems that each map is going to have its own radio because they talk about the events of what's happening on this particular map in the radio. Because this is French Guiana or whatever, and they talk about space program and all of like the plot relevant things happening here. All right. Oh yeah. So it's how many milliseconds until the rocket would hit its target? Interesting. High explosive. So we should be able to get a rare message. Oh, that's only on there for like a second. Less than that. Found, fired. Okay, after it reloads, it showed. Ah. Okay, so there's a rare message that should show up. Great, now I'm out of ammo. Round fired, please reload. Oops. Is there a way that I could just leave the squad? I don't want to be like a burden to people. Change squad? Oh wait. You can see there's a lot of people on the server. There's a social menu in the keybinds. I only know a couple people at play. Space mute? Sounds like something that would be in VR chat. View profile? And I do have crossplay on, so as you can see there's a bunch of like Xbox and PlayStation users in here as well. Which is actually good for Easter egg hunting because you can get everybody involved. Letter O. starting to rain. When you join, oh, if you join a friend, it will turn it into a friends-only squad, maybe? I love how the raindrops are gathering on the weapons like that. That's such a cool detail. Well, it's not too big of a deal. People have really low expectations for squads in a beta, so... Alright, let me go back to my other layout. Decode the raindrop pattern. Hey, actually, I decoded Morse code in Battlefield 1 that was dripping water from a pipe. So it's not too crazy of a thought. It's just repair tool. Well, according to the Battlefield Discord, there's the message should be I can't even it over RNG estimated TOF unknown. I don't know if that's a reference to something or if it's saying oh, is that just if you aim at the sky? Huh. Oh, okay, so maybe that isn't an Easter egg, that's just what happens when you aim straight up. Alright. And I have not experienced a tornado yet. I've played like 10 rounds. Now you choose the sniper rifle just because it's easier to zoom on things and you get a flashlight, which will be really fun for searching stuff. And I've already done a pretty thorough search along all of the cliff sides here. Went to right out of bounds, but one area that I want to go to is going to be northeast of here, this direction. Area of interest. I think the tornado's just random, because I've had storms with no tornado. Oh wait, oh, I thought that was one of the rats. Here, let's be a little more immersed. Yeah, this is how I like my games. I'm just a crazed man. But you can't turn off the thing at the top. That's so frustrating. So this was interesting. It's going to be hard to hear it, especially with the storm, but there's these little radios that can be found that they just play the same radio that's in the vehicles and everything, but in terms of Easter eggs, there is, radios have played a big role in the history of Battlefield Easter eggs, because it's relatively easy for them to just insert some kind of audio into something like this. Like, something you gotta think about, too, is that Easter eggs are the most back burner of things when they're developing a game, so the easier that something can be integrated and still be effective, the better. And there's been, like I said, a long history of putting things in radios, just kind of significant objects that stand out, that are placed in weird spots. Like on the map, this is way out of the way and almost nobody ever comes over here. So it could just easily just be like a little bit of decoration or whatever, but you never know. It's just something to note. This is in like the... Wait, is this doing display capture? I don't know why my Steam interface is showing up. Wait, is this game? Here, let me log out of Steam, friends. Weird. Oh, it's because I'm doing borderless capture, I think. I don't know. And Battlefield 1 had lots of radio-oriented stuff. And this just kind of seems to be the radio representation in 2042. And I'll listen closer to the audio when I get into a vehicle. So there's a lot of different variations on cargo crates. This is the version when you cannot go inside them, but there's also versions of cargo crates that have a green light on them, which kind of makes me think that there's potential for there to be closed ones with red lights. So if there's no way to actually get inside a cargo crate, it will have no light at all, like I can't get in here. And if you can go in them, there's a green light. And so if we ever found a closed cargo crate with a red light, that to me would be a bit alarming, just because it would mean that it could potentially be opened, it's just closed right now. And I've also been looking at different flashing lights, just because the game has a history of hiding Morse code messages in flashing lights, so I've been watching any flashing like that. And I think it was BF4 that had a distant crashed ship that had a bright light in one of the windows, and when you snipe the bright light in the window, it would cause this tremendous explosion. So that was a thing. And I think it would make the wreckage sink. So like, I mean, Easter eggs can be all different levels of involvement. It's just, you know, some thing intentionally placed for people to find. It's oftentimes a battle of trying to figure out what's just decoration and what's meant to be a thing to find. Oh, there is a tornado forming. Okay, well this was lucky. The first round I join, we have a tornado. Okay, a little bit of a derailment because I want to go participate in this. As someone that lives in Tornado Alley, this reminds me of home. Oh, that looks so good too. See, this is the thing with Battlefield games, is that they're just so good looking. Like, even if you don't like gameplay, which I do like the gameplay, running around in the world searching for stuff is such a joy, because it's just, their games look so good, they sound so good. Yeah, the car thing was, calling in vehicles is so unpredictable, because it says I can call one in, but it doesn't actually let me do it. Yeah, the games smell good also. Ooh, lightning striking too. I'm probably gonna get shot on my way over, but I'm trying to take kind of a unconventional route. Oh, there's like alarms going off as this crazed man with a knife in the rain. Oh, that looks so good. Wow. Oh, the lightning strikes too. Damn. Oh, there's people caught up in it. I hope they're okay. There's a helicopter, or a guy in a parachute. Man, in real life, a parachute would just get completely wrecked in a tornado. Uh-oh. I can't tell enemies from allies. Well, one thing we're expecting, no confirmation, but is a Sharknado, because the Megalodon is one of the most well-established Easter eggs in the Battlefield series. It's like iconic. Oh my god. And we got tornadoes as one of the unique things of this game, and we got sharks, so there's just gotta be a Sharknado at some point. Dude, I'm trying to get hit by a tornado, don't shoot. Don't shoot, please. God damn it, people. Let me have fun. Should be able to... Oh, that's right, I have to do this. Should be able to see it on the map, too. Oh, nice. It actually has, like, an effect and everything. Look at all the arrows rotating around. That's hilarious. Holy crap. God, this is so cool. All the people in parachutes. Jeez. Look at everyone. There goes a jet. Jet was barely affected by it. Don't try this at home, kids. Unless you're a badass. Oh, if I had the HUD on, it like glitches out when you're in a storm. Damn. God. No! Alright. Well, that was a good way to start. My contribution, nothing. Maybe we'll see another one. Yeah, it can like lift up tanks and stuff too. Somehow ranked up just for participating. Well, thank you for the... Whoa. Thank you for the follow, Mongolian... Oh, your name is really long. Mongolian... Chapasagawa? I don't know what that is. No, the rocket didn't get launched, and that's something I kind of want to figure out, because people say that you have to actually press a button to initiate the launch of the rocket. And you can also destroy it just by like shooting it enough. And I've seen it both launch and get destroyed, but I don't know what actually causes it. So I want to look around and see if I can figure out if there's any buttons and stuff. And looking at my GPU, CPU usage, it seems to be able to handle this well. Well, here now we're going to join into the void. Oh no, there we go. Well, it'd be cool to be in a pitch black version. We're still in a storm. And I have no weapons or anything. That's cool. Oh, because I still have the HUD disabled, that's why. It like picks and chooses what it wants to show you. Oh no, that doesn't fix it either. Well, that's cool. Alright, well let me turn it back off then. So this is a really bad UI decision. Okay, look at the, it says show HUD. Right now it's clear that it's off. But then you hover over it and it inverts everything. Now it looks like it's on. It's like we're switching conventions just by hovering over it. It's kind of confusing. It's subtle, but oh, come on, let me fly a condor. Are there too many in play right now? Doesn't let me change. Is it just bugged? Weird. Imagine if we got a second tornado. Don't see one forming. Have it like just trees and stuff whipping around is such a good detail when it comes to making a storm immersive like this. And there's another light. Not the album, but a light of an additional variety. Another red light up there. So here's what I was talking about before, where you can go in a crate. There's a version that has a green light on it. And then you can punch it. There we go. It can be opened. And then does this not have flashlight add-on? Oh. Well, normally you can turn a light on inside and look around. Okay, where's 3 times? Lots of birds. And I've already gone around and looked inside pretty much every crate. And something that is a little alarming when it comes to Easter eggs is that there is, at least right now, there are no text prompts for when you open things or interact with things. All the previous games, some text would float above a button that says press E to open or whatever. Whoa. This game does not do that, which for a lot of Easter egg searching, so many mysteries started because we came across a thing that had a prompt on it. But when you press it, there's no sound, there's no visuals, there's no indication that it did anything, but it's there. So if this is actually going to stay there permanently, we're going to have to do a great deal of just running around and just spamming E on stuff and hoping that something is interactable. I mean, you'd hope that whoever's making the Easter eggs would know that we have this added difficulty, so we don't have to spend a whole bunch of time just spamming buttons around. I already looked inside that crate. There's an awfully suspicious one over there. And you can actually keep walking all the way up the coast and along the edges, and there's a whole bunch of rock formations that you can go to that could potentially hide things. Yeah, none of these can be opened. I love how they have the sound of the rain hitting the crates. Such a good attention to detail. Can you dive underwater? I don't know. Usually... Oh, here. Because the water's so shallow right here. I can kind of... I'm pushing crouch. What about prone? Just like the waves are pushing me under. You totally saw a press E to open door in Sphinx's stream? Really? Because there are these, like, tablets inside buildings. that act sort of like prompts that physically exist. Let me grab a chair real quick. I've been standing this whole time. What a twist. Okay. Something that's really disappointing to me, and I hope this is a bug, but that the spotting system was like greatly reduced. Because I feel like spotting is such an important team play mechanic in this game. It's like how you as a team can work together is by like spotting things so that other teammates can take care of stuff or spot things for you. You can still spot, but it's really hard for it to stick on anything. Like I've had to spam the spot button like 4 or 5 times to even get it to stay. And I know it was changed in BF5 where the spot doesn't stay on the target as it moves, it just marks the general location. Wow, what is that? Who's that guy? But yeah, you also can't call for a medic or ammo or anything, but voice commands are usually kind of a last bit of detail in a game, so it wouldn't surprise me if we'll see those things later on, like when the game releases. What's the official release date, like November or something? Okay, I'm trying to find, oh geez. I'm not here to actually play the game. You guys are destroying the evidence. The lab coat. Yeah, there's all these like iPad looking things, or not even iPad, just tablet things. Yeah, there's these. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh my god, I killed someone. I'm gonna have to live with this guilt the rest of my life. So on the boxes, it says, sorry, nothing funny to read here. Awesome. Like, the level of detail changes are kind of unpredictable like this. Awesome direct shipping, extreme fast. And I've tried scanning these barcodes and stuff already. The barcode is just way too low level of detail. Like it's intentionally crusty so that it doesn't actually go to anything. And we've got a bunch of floating stuff. You're very strong and you can punch boxes and they explode. And I did earlier, I found some things hidden inside boxes, but it was just like random decoration. Okay, maybe I can spawn in... Okay, this is all back. Normally when I play, I just... Oh, the rocket's launching. Science! Even has like a rainbow effect because it's raining. What is that? God damn it. There's another rocket just sitting over there. and I've sat and followed the rocket as high up as it can possibly go, and it reaches a point where it's just sitting there, not moving. Like, it'll, as far as I know, it'll just sit there as a light in the sky for the whole rest of the round, which I think is better than it just, like, disappearing in one frame. Normally there'll be a lot more noise when the rocket launches. I think it's because I joined or spawned during mid-sequence that it didn't have the launch sound effect. Oh, hey there. Agent Red Jackal, thank you for the raid. I am actually running around Easter egg hunting, so I'm not really playing, even though I shot a guy and then now I have to live with that guilt for the rest of my life. Can you sit on the rocket as it launches? I don't think so. I've seen a jet try to follow the rocket all the way up and it eventually reached like a hard limit. And I'm also trying to find this mysterious rat that shows up sometimes because it's a really crusty, low polygon model. And I want to submit it to that Twitter account that tweets out low poly animals in video games. And I think it hangs around garbage. How strong I am. And this game's world actually does have a bunch of like made up corporations and stuff too. There's one that's called I thought it sounded like Octave, but I think it's Optiv, like O-P-T-I-V. And it's apparently this like app that's supposed to be like Amazon for buying things. And yeah, we really don't know how involved any sort of Easter egg stuff will be. I will say that this particular game has very high Easter egg potential, just because more people at DICE and Ripple Effect, I think is what they're, the Los Angeles-based DICE were. More people are on this game than like any previous Battlefield game, and they've been working on this one for a very long time. And a large number of devs who have a history of really elaborate Easter eggs in games are working on this game. And they've been active on Twitter, so it's looking like most likely once the game releases, or even further after, that there is a great deal of potential for stuff. So it's getting us all very excited about it. I did miss the rat. It snuck out from under the dumpster. Oh, okay. I'll keep an eye when I get near dumpsters. I have a screenshot of one I took a while back, but I had my graphics settings were way lower when I did that originally. Okay, since the timer's running out, let me try see if I can get a condor. Why are we not allowed any vehicles? Because it'll say like 3 out of 3 if there's too many in play, but there's people flying some. Oh, now, okay. Alright. I'm gonna turn the HUD off for this because I love the way this vehicle looks and sounds. Especially in the rain. Like, look at this. I want this in VR. This would be so amazing. I don't know why it's like wet inside the cockpit. But, God, there is that game VTOL. Yeah, I was gonna say VTOL VR is a lot like this, but the graphics aren't nearly as good as this game. Alright. So... God, I love how the rain speckles on the windshield like that. how it has that sort of like old Windows screensaver look to it. The streaks. Okay. There we go. Shot a guy. Can't fly without a controller. I feel like helicopter flying and stuff has gotten so much simpler as the games go on that I'm totally fine flying. I mean, I'm not particularly good, but I can do decently well in helicopters. I usually don't even attempt jets. Only time I use jets is usually just to get somewhere really quickly. Not necessarily to fight with it. And jets haven't been as annoying so far as they've been in previous games. I know in BF4, jets got extremely annoying, where it's like you could never use any aircraft ever, because jet pilots who are extremely good at the game will just kill you instantly. They just would deny you any sort of fun while playing the game. Oh, non-stormy conditions. Okay, what was another thing? Okay, so that one radio was over here. Wait, can you see? Yeah, you can see my cursor. There's that radio that's there. There's another one, I believe, over here. And there was a third one in, I think, the bottom floor of this big storage building. We have those radios. And it's really annoying how it doesn't remember your preferences. Just take a look at the chaos at the spawn. Look how slow the birds can move. Must be an amazing gust. Okay, let's see if I can spot that rat. Look at this. Don't recommend pointing your gun at the person sitting next to you. Going on an adventure. Oh my god. Birds spelling anything out in the sky with their patterns, it seems really random. Nothing has stood out to me yet. Oh, he's just about to do a jump. Oops. Oh, here. And a lot of people don't realize that you can actually zip line up these things. Take a look at this. For my own safety, I'll turn the HUD back on. You know, it doesn't mean like I'm actually going to be able to win an interaction, so I'm curious what all's up here. Like, I haven't seen these blue boxes anywhere else before. I've only seen the cardboard ones. And look, yeah, there's no prompt for the elevator, yet you can interact with it. And it's been that way since before I even started messing with the HUD. And yeah, the doors immediately close as soon as it reaches the floor, so you just have to like walk through them. God damn it. I just want a pair of binoculars so I don't have to carry a scoped weapon around. I usually don't use those. See if I can spot a rat over here. Okay. Oh! There he is! Went right into the wall. Nice. I took a bunch of screenshots. Let me see. I'll hide somewhere where no one will ever find me. There. Take a look at my screenshot, see if I got a decent enough one. There we go. Look at this guy. Actually does look a little better with ultra texture settings. Kind of wish I didn't have the crosshair on though. Adorable. All right. Well, that mission is mostly accomplished. I'll still keep an eye out for it. What is this book? A4 notebook, 60 pages. Can't get more generic than that. There's actual text here too. Something notebook of... Oh. Quality and best writing. I can't quite read it. Barcode seems like it's too crusty to me. Let me get a screenshot at different distances. Don't want to obscure the text. You already know what the top text says. Then... And keep in mind, like, I don't actually think that, like, oh my god, this is the start of a mystery or anything. It's just more and just exploring the map and just enjoying the details of it all. Option to disable dynamic resolution. I feel like that would slaughter my video card. It's so weird to me that a real world brand is in here. Polaris. Like, this is an actual company. Uh-oh. Someone else handled it, thank you. And then in the videos of the trailer with, in the trailers and everything, that they show people, you know, suicide crashing their Polaris ATVs into helicopters and stuff. And it's like Polaris supports people crashing their vehicles into things and making a big, you know, I don't know. And then at the beginning of all the trailers and stuff, they're like, any similarities between brands are simply coincidental, blah, blah, blah. I don't know, it's just weird. I wonder if there's any kind of scope that can be put on SMG. And since I suck, I'll put the armor plate so I have a slight more chance to survive. Polaris supports people finding out they exist. True. Off stream, I walked all along this bottom border here and explored all this stuff. And I found that you can still climb up the ladders on these silos that are right on the border, and you can jump to the other one. Not quite jump, but like you can run over to the other one and make it up there, but you're out of bounds. But I want to check out more of the interiors of the buildings, which is going to be really difficult given all the people that are here. Okay, let's just go with this guy. These weird, I don't know. Oh, normally the big rocket is sitting here. Okay. Got like reflective vests. I've tried opening the lockers. I don't think you can actually break these either. People on my team wondering what the hell's wrong with me. These boxes remind me a lot of the Battlefield 1 Albion Easter egg, where you had to like push the use key on a certain sequence of boxes, and it was really elaborate and went on for extremely long amount of time. Okay, best I got is a 3x scope on. That's better than I expected. Is this somebody from the stream that's following me around? Jesus. Oh, I killed a Twitch streamer. Trying to make my way downtown. Oh, there was something I was going to point out. I'll have to do it at the beginning of a round for the best effect. Oh, I didn't even put the armor in. There we go. So, as you can see, oh jeez, maybe he won't see me. God damn it. I wish there was a spectator mode. That would save a lot of time. There are a lot of rooms that you can go inside up in that building. Oh yeah, what I was gonna point out is that there's a big row of flags. Here. It's a good time to join that helicopter. Okay. I can get over there. What was that? That was just a hallucination of a jet. They can see there's like a Swedish flag, Dutch, or no, Danish flag. Oh god. Uh-oh. There's also a French flag that I think was destroyed. There was a Romanian, a Belgian flag. Oh, no, not Romanian, Estonian. And in the previous version of this map, wink, wink, all the flags were there. Feel some of the poles have flags on them and some of them don't. The previous version of this map, all the flags were there. There was like Russian, America, I think there was like India. For some reason in this version of it, they selectively removed some of the flags. Now, I don't know if it's just to better fit the story, because there's like, you know, a big conflict regarding like the European Union. And the ones that are there right now, those, I guess, in real life are all a part of the European Union. And DICE has a studio in Stockholm, which of course they're going to have a Swedish flag, but there's no Norwegian flag. I don't know if that's kind of an ongoing joke in Sweden about having a rivalry against Norway, because I know Joel, our friend Joel, talks about not liking Norway all the time, but I wonder if that's something beyond him. Hey guys, don't mind me. I'll just be walking this way. Don't mind me. The Swedish family always talked about it. Okay, because they have the Finnish flag and Sweden, but no Norway. So have they like worked it into the story that Norway has been completely obliterated or something? Are the people in my squad, are you guys from the stream? Because you seem to be oddly supportive of me fooling around. I know I asked that before, but I might have missed if someone responded to it. Yeah, see, I'm not getting a prompt to open the door. Well, this one is automatic, I guess. And there's so much to do, so much to see in this area. We have this brand, this Die song. Oh, is this a metal detector? Huh. Odd. Yeah, I've seen a lot of logos for the space program. They're mostly in the around the launch pad, and there's some crates in the back. I'm taking screenshots of all these brands. Microelectronics, SHN. I guess this is the metal detector. It's not doing a very good job. Wall. Excuse me? Unless you can shoot through that metal plate. Parachute's looking kind of glitchy. I really wish they wouldn't have weakened the... Oh, thank you. Uh-oh. Oh, that's on my team. I wish they wouldn't have weakened the medic's gun, the healing dart thing, because in the old version of this, it was a lot of fun to be able to quickly revive people. Even though your revive would barely give them any health at all, it was really nice to just like sit at a distance and revive. If they just had like a big cooldown or something to help balance it out, I can see how people would see it as being overpowered, but it was... it made it really fun, and people just aren't reviving much at all in general in this game. It might just be because it's a beta, and it's just a lot of random people that probably won't stick around who are playing right now. Yeah, and being support classes are like my #1 favorite thing, so it's sad to see what was going to be kind of a unique concept so greatly weakened. We both have the same idea. God damn it. Well, I think part of it is when I'm not the medic specialist, I don't see the little prompts that are saying so-and-so needs a revive. Unless all the players do, I'm not sure. Is everyone just sitting on the roof again? Is that why this is so empty? But yeah, here's the space program's logo. It's this. It's SVE looking thing. And yeah, you can't go inside any of the civilian vehicles except for the pickup truck. Oh yeah, and here's this big rocket here. I do wish I was able to run around in here without having all these other players. Like, yeah, there's the symbol. Suck. Test fire the rocket, have it fly out the building. That'd be interesting. I already have all the like gas tanks and stuff that shoot all over the place. I wish my team had that base. Okay, since the timer's running out, let's listen to some of the conspiracy radio. Let's see if this actually works. Oh wow, it's going to. That's rare. Did it wait specifically for me to look away before spawning it? And I am aware that some of the music is claimed on YouTube. I'll just try to go for the talk radio. Oh, I gotta...
Wherever you are, Radio GRN keeps you up to date.
Now show me what you got.
On the show, we'll be discussing the latest conflict in French Guiana and what it all really means. Are you ready for the truth? Standing by is the king of truth himself, Dr. Nathan.
Whitney, I'm going to tell you something that might be difficult to hear. The reasons for this latest round of hostilities between Russia and the U.S., the ones you've seen repeated ad infinitum on the world, they're a lot. Shocking, right?
Yes. Over at AUN, we're meant to believe this is about a rocket they plan to launch into space to restore the global communications we lost in the blackout. Convinced? Yeah, me neither.
GRN's coverage at least feels like it's located somewhere in our reality. It claims that...
Okay. I'll grab a vehicle earlier on so we can listen to a little bit more of it. So there's two stations. There's Dr. Nathan's conspiracy station with woman. I don't remember what her name is. And then there's GRM, which is supposed to be more of a like a mainstream news network, and they occasionally have interviews. And they interview the conspiracy guy, but they also interview this like Russian general to hear their side of the conflict too. So, okay, so I turned off the in-game music, but it sounds like it leaves on the ambient map music. Okay. Yeah, there is a toggle that lets you just turn off vehicle music altogether, yeah. Because you can hear the stuff when you're far away as well. Like, it emits from the vehicle. Come on, someone jump out so I can spawn over there. Wow, it's really quiet with the game music turned off. Oh, God, it resets all this. You know, no one's taken the transport vehicles, the ones that where you can move a lot of infantry all at one time. They just all want the attack helicopter. They want to just rake up kills. They don't want to, like, help the team as a whole. They just care about their own personal score. God damn it. Can't hear this base is getting captured. Oh, hi. So hopefully nobody's ran over the flagpoles yet. Well, normally at least... Yeah, there is no text chat. Oh, jeez. There's a guy over here. There's apparently going to at least be voice chat. Because there's like keybinds and stuff for it. But there should be like a whole menu that was in previous games where you can, you know, tell your squad to attack a certain base, you can request ammunition, request healing and stuff like that. Interesting symbols. And in one of the maps coming later, you'll see that there's a lot of these brands have like representation in the big downtown area, and I think it's a Korean map. Still think one of my most memorable FPS moments was shortly after Battlefield 2 launched, the one after 1942, so this was back in like early 2000s. I joined a server that was called Tactical Gamer, where there was a really high level of team play going on, where they had intricate voice communications going on. They had different levels of command. Battlefield 2 also had a commander role for each team, and then there were squad leaders, and it was so intense, the amount of communication happening, that I was just kind of following along with our squad leaders taking us places, and they told us to like wait in a certain area for a while, and then would have me go and like get into a vehicle, move it somewhere else, so a different team or a different squad could pick up things, and there was just so much going on, and it was the most immersed I ever felt in like a military kind of game. Yeah, and it's good to see that Foxhole is getting more popular. I played that game a lot a couple years ago. I know it's come a long ways and a lot has changed with it. Oh hey, it's my favorite vehicle! Condor. Just look at how badass this thing looks! I've always loved the way that Ospreys look. Now it's gonna get blown up. Because of this guy. Oh, you're actually reviving me? Thank you. We're gonna die. I wanted to do... So you can see the French flag there and the Belgian flag. No one's ran them over yet. So it's just weird how they like removed some of the flags in this version. What all's on this rooftop? We have like these open vistas. Air conditioning stuff. You can climb up these cranes with a zip line thing. Random AC units sitting around. There he goes. Jesus. Something I was a little disappointed with story-wise is how it's just US versus Russia again. Is that I was pretty excited when they first started introducing some of the story, because I was like, wow, they're actually going to have kind of an interesting take on the situation of the world in the future. It's not just like China fighting US fighting Russia, or like Europe against some like Middle Eastern group, blah, blah, blah. They talk about this whole like non-patriated coalition or something like that. I was like, well, that's a cool idea. So it's just like a big group of various military from around the world that are all pieced together, and they're just trying to survive this like post-apocalyptic situation that's going on within the game, and they're just there to be this military force with no affiliation. So I was like, okay, that's cool. So we have this unaffiliated group going up against, I don't know, some other unaffiliated group with like a random group of countries. But then as they started talking more and more about the story, it's like, oh, well, it's actually just the US versus Russia, but they just kind of have this non-patriotic group are just the mercenaries hired to do all this again. But it's still the same old rivalry. Like, I was hoping that it would have come to some kind of interesting peace agreement in the future where it's like, hey, imagine the US and Russia fighting alongside one another. Because like they're put in, like part of the story is that there's like mass like exodus of different parts of the world. Like some countries are completely abandoned and people were like fleeing from America into like Mexico or something. big migrations of people, and there's been like a collapse of the communication infrastructure. So the only radio stations and internet and stuff that's going around are ones that were put up by these various military groups for one another, which sounded like such an interesting take on all of this. And I hope we learn a little bit more about it. Like, there was that short film, you know, that they released, because there isn't going to be a campaign here, which I think is fine. So they had the whole story element where you could learn a little bit more about it, but it's just, I don't know, I felt like they should have gone further. Like, some of the video that led up to the first gameplay trailer of the game was really cool too, where it was just clips of newscasters talking about the different tragic events going on in the world. I don't know if there's like a collection of those online somewhere. That would be fun to listen to. Actually, I wonder if I could just find it on the Battlefield Twitch channel. I wonder if that's still up. Did a good job of setting the tone. Oh, of course they don't have it stored on their channel. Looking back, we have the trailers. Where's all the flavor stuff? That was what was most interesting to me. I don't know if that was captured anywhere. I wonder if there's clips on the channel. I know you guys can't see what I'm doing. They deleted their clips. Ah, come on. Oh, wait. And I like this song that they had for the reveal too. It's so like forlorn sounding. Hmm. Is some of it?
Across the board, things have increased in size because this is the nature of having 128 players and needing to kind of accommodate for that in terms of pacing. So it has grown in size, but we still have maps that are smaller than for Hourglass, for example, is one of the bigger ones we have. I think it's the second biggest one, next to Irreversible, which is the.
Okay. These are all just like 30-second clips. Hmm. There's actually like a YouTube video that is just a loop of that theme that we were just hearing. Did nobody clip all that weird stuff?
But I think that it's important to mention with Conquest that like
No. Okay, let me try one other thing. If anyone just did a full upload of the stream. Battlefield 2042 trailer. Wait. Reveal stream. Okay, I found one, but there's some dude's face reacting to stuff on it. Wonder if we can get different versions. Oh, jeez. Doesn't seem like it either. Okay, I think I'll have to settle for Reaction Man. I remember there was this countdown. And then there was interruptions where you would get some of like the interesting background story.
See from close distances, just not
This
guys. Battlefield 28 player operators in Warzone. So I mean,
it's not. I don't know if it was really Easter eggs that were hidden in it. It was just like bits of story. And it was presented in such an interesting way. Okay, well here's a video that I uploaded. You can get this in its entirety, of course, on my channel. But here's like the conspiracy radio station. And here's how I was experiencing it.
D'un bout à l'autre du pays, c'est Radio Guyane.
Right here.
By your government, by the news, by the institutions that are meant to serve you. They're keeping you in the dark. It's time to wake up. It's time to uncover
Yeah, the future vehicles are pretty cool.
On the show, we'll be discussing the latest conflict in French Guiana and what it all really means. Are you ready for the truth? Standing by is the king of truth himself, Dr. Nathan.
Whitney, I'm going to tell you something that might be difficult to hear. The reasons for this latest round of hostilities between Russia and the US, the ones you've seen repeated ad infinitum on the world's media, they're a lie. Shocking, right?
Yeah, according to the corporate shills over at AUN, we're meant to believe this is about a rocket they plan to launch into space to restore the global communications we lost in the blackout. Convinced? Yeah, me neither.
GRN's coverage at least feels like it's located somewhere in our reality. It claims that this is far from some humanitarian venture, but a clandestine attempt by the US to seize control of Earth's remaining network systems. And let me confirm that both are a load of steaming BS. Now, are you ready for the cold hard truth?
I am ready. Lay it on me, Doc.
Okay. The man currently overseeing the operation in French Guiana, a U.S. General McAllister. Now, what if I told you, long before he was a general, he attended Pulaski College as an art major, and that General McAllister's roommate in said college was none other than Max Campbell.
The film director, Max Campbell?
Yeah, you can't make this up. The one and only. They remain friends long after graduation. So if Campbell, like if he was out shooting a war movie, he'd usually hire McAllister as a consultant. Now this dynamic duo, this Batman and Robin, they spent 3 months together in Guam working on the film MIA Shadow State.
What? I love that movie.
I love it too. I'm with you. Can we get an image up? Yes, that's the one.
Wait, is that Chris Ryder's passport?
Only TLT has this. For those that don't know, Ryder has been the lead in several of Campbell's films. Now, look at the most recent stamp. Use it. Use a little microphone. Use a little diamond eyeglass.
What? French Guiana? Wait, 4 days ago?
I've got a source that places Campbell in the country as well. So that puts Ryder, McAllister, and Campbell all in the same location. Do you know what this means?
I mean, it's Hollywood, right? Who else is it gonna be?
Yes. It is why I love working with you, Whitney. Hollywood, it creates these fictional battles, just like this one in French Guiana. So let me repeat that, all right? Just try to absorb this.
All right.
They create them from the bottom to the top. Why? So they can make movies and TV shows about them for years to come. We're talking trillions of dollars in ad revenue. And I tell you what, if this sounds a little bit crazy, that's because Hollywood wants you to think that.
Yeah, well, it doesn't sound crazy to us because we know what they're capable of, right? I mean, look at Kubrick and moon landings and a bunch of other stuff. Look, truths are chipped away over a period of time, right? Before you know it, an entirely new reality is born and just accepted as legit history. I mean, now textbooks say we landed on the moon and everyone believes it.
18 months from now, you'll be watching a film or a TV show, hell, even a documentary about a war in a space center in French Guiana. And you're gonna think, oh, wait a second. Didn't Dr. Nathan tell me this was gonna happen? But your memory, it's gonna be kind of fuzzy. So let me really clear it up. The answer you're looking for is this. Dr. Nathan did, in fact, tell you about this. I lifted the veil for you. The veil of ignorance be gone. I enlightened you tonight. And yes, gentle listener, you're welcome.
Powerful stuff, Doc. Powerful. We'll be back after this break where I'll be setting fire to my Chris Ryder classic 10-disc Blu-ray collection. Gonna be fun.
So, yeah, that's from the Conspiracy Radio. So their theory is that all of the military people who are in this area right now have a background in film and art. And they're all here at the same time, so they think that they're staging these battles so that they can make money off of making films later, I guess. That's the conspiracy one. And then there's GNR, which is supposed to be like a news network that has a little more less conspiracy-oriented information. And also, yeah, this truck has a martial law mode that you can see down here. It's in emergency SOS mode, apparently. Yeah. Here's the different stations. Classical. But I thought it was just really oddly relaxing to just be like watching the fighting from a distance like this while listening to the radio. And while I was here, some people did some pretty funny things. I don't know if it was because I was here.
Veil of ignorance be gone.
Okay, here. Like, watch what this one jet does.
Bunch of other stuff. Look, truths are chipped away over a period of time, right? Before you know it, an entirely new reality is born and just accepted as legit history. I mean, now textbooks say we landed on the moon and
This is a different
believes it.
18 months
instance
from now,
of the
you'll
same
be watching a film or a
loop
TV
of
show,
the audio.
hell, even a documentary about a war in a space center in French Guiana. And you're gonna
Here he
think,
comes.
oh, wait a second. Didn't Dr. Nathan tell me this was gonna happen? But your memory, it's gonna be kind of fuzzy. So let me really clear it up. The answer you're looking
Just
for
like
is this.
landed over here, and I
Dr.
think they're
Nathan did,
repairing the
in
jet.
fact, tell you about this. I lifted the veil for you. The veil of ignorance be gone. I enlightened you tonight. And yes, gentle listener, you're welcome.
Powerful
I don't know,
stuff,
do the
Doc.
jets
Powerful.
have vertical
We'll be
takeoff?
back after this break where I'll be setting
In this game? I
fire
haven't
to my
really
Chris Ryder
flown a
classic
jet yet.
10-disc Blu-ray collection. It's gonna be fun.
Yeah, you can see like the afterburners or whatever rotating downwards. I think the person is trying to figure out how to do the vertical takeoff.
TFN, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Can he do it?
If you've got time, we'll keep you informed here on Radio TFN.
Oh, there it goes. And he has the cockpit was still open. I couldn't tell where he went.
Lied to. By your government, by the news, by the institutions that are meant to serve you. They're keeping you in
And
the dark.
then, while I was sitting here,
Now, U.S. transport vehicles will be landing as we speak.
watch the
Thank
rocket.
you, John. We'll return when we have more information.
Uh-oh. The game lagged. This song probably gets muted, but whatever. But there's actually other rockets that launch in the distance as well.
The cold hard truth.
Got some jazz. So I have some timestamps of some other interesting clips.
The U.S. had a singular goal, to rebuild their satellite capabilities after the blackout event of 2040. Russia is invading because they have their own malevolent agenda of taking over the Space Center. By deploying their own troops, ordnance, and attack drones to French Guiana, Russia is massively overreacting.
Well, thank you, John. We appreciate you being with us. We'll return with more on this situation as it develops.
You were under the rocket when it exploded and you managed to live? Really? Interesting. It must not actually interact with players, just be like a visual thing? I was trying to figure out how to read the branding on this too, because I feel like this sort of like font can be seen throughout the game in other forms too. Is it Brant? B-R-A-N-T? I think it says. And then the only other thing is this.
Detachment of U.S. Marines were stationed at the base. The U.S. anticipated a Russian attack sooner or later. NOPAT soldiers are now on the scene to help fill out the ranks. It won't take much for our Marines to hold off these Russian soldiers.
So, John, is America prepared to face a full-scale troop of Russians?
The Russians have a small battalion of soldiers at most, but, as ever, they are woefully underprepared. Supplemental U.S. troops are inbound to the Space Center and should be arriving, well, right about now. U.S. transport vehicles will be landing as we speak.
Thank you, John. We'll return when we have more information.
I don't know if that was supposed to be the conspiracy guy. So his name is Dr. John Nathan, I guess. And then his co-host was Whitney. Then I have another video of the interview with the Russian guy, which is a goofy caricature of a Russian, of course. I'm sure actual Russians are probably tired of being portrayed this way everywhere. Okay, but here's a brief clip.
Breaking news. Jillian Webb is here to tell us more.
This just in, Russia has uncovered an American secret in French Guyana. The United States has taken over the presumed abandoned EUSA Space Center. We have General Vasily Vonsky standing by to tell us more.
The Americans have been building a weaponized rocket to hold their satellites. Once launched, this rocket will jettison satellites that will pose a serious threat, not just to Russia, but the rest of the world.
Is there not a treaty against countries doing exactly this?
U.S. has violated an international peace treaty, one which makes weaponized spacecraft illegal. And if you know your history, then you know full well that the Americans have violated every international agreement written. Are Russians surprised? We're not.
We'll have more news from French Guyana as it develops.
Okay, I'll check out that YouTube link they posted a while back, see if...
Remains nebulous, but judging from some of the architecture in the cities of this future, the potential egg we are so much all makes then also exile.
Ah, okay, well at least it's a video of someone explaining some of the background story, but it's not the actual clips of what happened during the stream, which I thought was cool. It's a pretty long video. I don't know if I want to just show a video in its entirety of that length. Let me see.
Natural disasters, energy shortage.
Why not? So this is on the channel The Templin Institute.
After months of speculation, investigation, and plenty of smuggled images and leaks, we finally know the cause of the next major global conflict. In 2042, after decades of escalating natural disasters, energy shortages, and economic collapses, the United States and Russia, the world's last two superpowers, are fighting over the few resources that remain. Now, previously, the Templin Institute pitched a few ideas of what we'd like to see in the next World War, so to speak. And the alternate reality of 2042 is notable for being nowhere on that list. Still, I think this has the potential to be an interesting alternate reality, even if large parts of it seem kind of strange. And so, on this episode of Incoming, I'd like to take a brief look and give my thoughts on the world of Battlefield 2042. Details at this moment are still sparse, but we do have some revealing insights into the state of the world. The first of these is that in 2033, a major hurricane, the world's first Category 6 storm, did something. The impact of the storm remains nebulous, but judging from some of the architecture in the cities of this future, it looks like this was the prelude to rising sea levels and unpredictable extreme weather. The Earth's deteriorating environment causes global fuel and food shortages, sparking a second Great Depression. And in 2035, the European Union officially disbands following the collapse of Germany. This is an especially interesting detail because it provides solid evidence, or at least makes it very likely, that this universe takes place in a different timeline from the one in which the European Union and Pan-Asian Coalition are fighting to escape a new ice age. So far, this all seems to make sense, more or less, but this is where things get a little strange. No-pats, or the non-patriated, seem to be a big part of this future world. The idea behind no-pats is that all those displaced by this ongoing societal collapse band together into ragtag refugee fleets and convoys. They are described as, quote, families, doctors, engineers, and soldiers, the once privileged and the impoverished, with backgrounds that are worlds apart, forced together, determined to survive. By 2037, there are roughly 1.2 billion no-pats, And while the worst effects of the disasters of the previous years have been mitigated, there's no easy way to repatriate all these people. Quite a lot of them have become distrustful of the government that exiled them, and they've created a new sense of identity. Hashtag #WeAreNopats becomes a rallying cry. Now, in the midst of all this, tensions rise once again between the United States and Russia. Apparently, both are vying for a place of dominance within the new geopolitical landscape. In 2040, a sudden space debris storm creates a Kessler effect, causing 70% plus of all orbiting satellites to malfunction and crash to Earth. International distrust surges overnight. No one can spy on each other, so no one can trust each other. Both Russia and the US claim the other is responsible for the blackout, while some suspect Nopats are behind it and accuse them of trying to sow anarchy. With war imminent, both the United States and Russia decide to leverage groups of Nopats as proxy soldiers. To maintain plausible deniability, both sides field Nopat task forces as proxies in escalating conflicts over resources, promising the refugees a piece of what's left. Open war is imminent, Nopats have no choice but to choose sides, fighting not for a flag, but for their future. There are some cool ideas here. Escalating environmental calamities, society thrown into chaos, a sudden technological disaster rendering global communications and intelligence gathering near useless. These are the things that would make a world war much more likely and believable, and I am always a fan of believability. But I'm also a little turned off here. One of the reasons I like the Cold War so much is that depending on the era, both sides are at the top of their game. NATO and the Warsaw Pact have worldwide influence, both have ideologies competing for the soul of mankind, and everyone is just waiting for that spark to ignite. To use a boxing metaphor, well, actually, I don't know anything about boxing, but this is like the big boxing match, whatever the biggest event is called. But in 2042, both the United States and Russia have suffered for decades, and much of their infrastructure and institutions are crippled. While unstable governments like these are much more likely to go to war, it does mean that instead of two heavyweight fighters in the prime of their careers going at it, you have a couple of sick and tired geriatrics, on their last legs, feebly jabbing each other with the last ounce of their strength. This type of scenario, in my opinion at least, is maybe more believable, but not as interesting. There's a few other details that stick out to me. The Templin Institute's own space program is just getting going, so I don't know a whole lot about satellites, but I'm not sure I believe a debris storm could take out 70% of all satellites. Aren't they located in all sorts of different orbiting distances, from geostationary to medium Earth orbit? Maybe only that latter group survived, and this actually all makes sense. But whenever I see a percentage tossed around like that, it always feels like it was chosen kind of arbitrarily. I'm also not entirely sure why, just because a large part of the satellite grid is down, the internet, communications, navigation, surveillance, and storm forecasts would no longer be possible. In the modern world, satellites are certainly a big part of these things, but there are multiple aspects to them. There's still oceanic cables linking parts of the world together, there's still spy planes, and from what I understand, a large part of weather tracking is still done on the ground. I mean, surely there are ways to predict tornadoes without having a satellite in space. So, while all these elements seem a bit uneven to me, the whole non-patriated Nopat thing falls completely flat. For what is apparently a large focus of the world, a permanent fixture in economic, military, and social policymaking, I still don't really get what they are. There's not a whole ton of details. From their brief description, they almost sound like a group of nomads who wouldn't be out of place in the post-apocalyptic wastelands of Australia. But with 1.2 billion of them, that can't be right. How do they get their water, food, the basic supplies you need to live? And where are they exactly? Are they concentrated in what today we would consider the third world? Are there instead scattered pockets of them all over the place, including first world and second world countries? What do they even want? Do they all want the same thing? It's mentioned that Nopats were both abandoned, but then also exiled. They want to return home, but they also refuse to reassimilate. This all seems very convoluted and all over the place. And it's okay for there to be division within a large group like this, but they're written of as if they all belong to the same broad social movement. And the idea that the United States and Russia would hire NOPAT groups to use as proxy forces seems pretty absurd. This kind of approach sometimes works when you're dealing with smaller scale or more regional conflicts, but with the fate of humanity seemingly hanging in the balance, maybe mobilize those giant military-industrial complexes you spent all that money on, rather than arming some radicals you have really no control over, who are just wandering around with nothing but an anti-government attitude and a lame Twitter hashtag. The explanation that these forces are being used by either side as a way to maintain plausible deniability is also counterproductive when you put it in the wider context of the world. If both sides are fighting over resources, things I imagine like mineral deposits or oil fields or arable land, the whole point would be to lay claim to it, right? Where is the sense in launching a military operation to claim something you desperately need, only to deny that you claimed it? In a world like this, where everything's up for grabs, it feels like there'd be some value in just coming out and saying, Russia has taken the Baku oil fields. Plausible deniability has its place in covert operations, but when you have entire combined arms formations of NOPATs going around the world seizing territory, you're kind of past the point of plausible deniability. The scale of the conflict just seems so huge that it would be impossible to deny the involvement of either side, even if NOPATs are doing much of the fighting. If a few rebels ambushed a convoy somewhere in the middle of nowhere, I can see the US getting away with claiming, yeah, we weren't involved in that. That was those NOPATs again, you know them. But an amphibious assault on a space launch complex in French Guiana, a blitzkrieg into one of the largest cities of South Korea, these aren't things you can just throw together. If Russia brings this up at the next Security Council meeting, is anyone gonna believe the United States when they say, oh yeah, we have no idea how those NOPATs got their hands on F-35 Joint Strike Fighters and our new modernized Abrams tanks? And isn't it just so crazy they also had the fuel and the spare parts, and the logistic networks and support personnel needed to keep them all up and running? And that all the NOPATs involved somehow just knew how to work all this modern military equipment? Yeah, someone's really gonna have to look into how all those NOPATs managed to invade Singapore, but the US had nothing to do with it. Can you really see Russia coming back and saying, well, we'd like to prove otherwise, but your deniability is just too plausible? Although it might be in Russia's best interest to simply come back and say, well, if America wasn't involved, that means we have a rogue state capturing Singapore, so we're gonna send in peacekeepers, and if anyone tries to stop us, they're in violation of international law. Now, granted, maybe in 2042 there is no UN Security Council or even a nation of Singapore, but this whole method of fighting war through NOPATs just seems needlessly complex and self-defeating. And why would the NOPATs agree to this arrangement in the first place? It's mentioned that they refuse to reassimilate and don't trust the government, but then a bunch of them decide to become proxy soldiers on the promise they'll be reassimilated. Going back to that earlier quote, it's mentioned that the NOPATs have to choose sides. But do they though? And if both Russia and the United States are using NOPATs, then the NOPATs are just fighting amongst themselves, which seems to contradict that whole idea of unity their community is based on. But it's the line, NOPATs are fighting not for a flag, but for their future, that stands out to me, and I think reveals a fundamental misunderstanding of why wars are fought. That quote seems to infer that flags and the future are somehow separate, but they're actually inexorably linked. Nobody is fighting for a flag because they're a big fan of cotton rectangles. They're fighting because of what that flag represents, their duty, their nation, and ultimately the belief in a better world. Flags and ideologies promise that future, and they have been a pivotal foundation of human society across all of history. And in a world like the one we see in 2042, I think the powers of ideology and flags would have only deepened. Displaced, betrayed people like the NOPATs would, in my opinion, become driven almost purely by ideology, because what else do they have? It might be hard to distill my central point here, but I think it's that nationalism, politics, and ideologies are at the core of every major conflict. Control over resources and territory is usually a symptom, not the cause. To have these elements ripped out of a future global war and replaced with vague references to rising tensions, Twitter hashtags, and inclement weather doesn't interest me as much. Now, when analyzing alternate worlds, I sometimes like to swing the sword of judgment and declare whether a world works or doesn't work. For Battlefield 2042, I'm inclined to say the latter, but I also have to accept that in a world where a pilot can jump out of his F-35, shoot down an Su-57 with a rocket launcher, and then get back into his cockpit, maybe the geopolitics can get away with being similarly absurd. Better to let all this just fade into the background and enjoy shooting stuff. But that, of course, is just my opinion. And even though I and I alone have risen through the chaos of the world within an isolated bastion of perfect arguments, I'd like to hear your thoughts. What do you make of the world of Battlefield 2042? Does it work? Does it not? Do you want to be able to pet that robot dog? Let me know in the comments below, and until next time, this has been Incoming. In Incoming, the Templin Institute discusses the theories and ideas found across alternate worlds. If you've enjoyed this video and would like to join the Templin Institute, consider pledging to our Patreon page. Along with increased security access, you'll be able to vote in polls to determine future topics, get custom wallpaper.
Alright, well that was an interesting take on it. Here's a link to that channel in the chat if anyone wants to hear more of this person's analysis. That was pretty interesting. And yeah, this video was from June, so this was like the very first unveiling of any of the story. I'm being put into another server. I forgot the game's running in the background. I don't know if they did an updated version after we learned more about it. Doesn't really look like they did an updated video. Wow, this channel posts a lot of videos though too. Like 10 or so a month. Cool channel. I'm going to subscribe to that channel on YouTube. Just clicking back. Well, they did some good videos on Destiny. Yeah, I know Destiny has all kinds of complex story stuff going on and interesting big events and all that. Okay, what else? Okay, I wish I could swap teams because I want to explore more of the inside of big launch storage building there. And I also want to see if there's actual buttons in the rocket launching area. Like someone was saying that to get the rocket to actually launch, someone on the team that owns that base has to do the launch to make it work. I don't know if that's true. Right, and it looks like my team is losing pretty hard. Wonder if the radio is still here at this base. I've never actually summoned one of the robot dogs. I wonder what that's like. Oh, I think the radio was destroyed. Yeah, some of these boxes have a bunch of like pieces in it too. Interesting. Scraps. Oops. Just need to be by the rocket. Really? Yeah, it's refined metal to craft new hats. Wonder if I can sneak all the way over there. No dog units available. Yeah, here's this bug where it says I should be able to spawn one of these scout vehicles, and then you click it and it just closes and it doesn't give me a prompt to choose a landing point or anything. You just can't do it. I think the idea is that you're securing the launch site for a safe launch. Oh, so your team just needs to be present at the site long enough so that it can eventually launch. So I've always liked the way that these look. These big hexagonal spheres. It's they're called radomes, and they're actually shielding for a satellite dish of some kind. And they're shaped that way so that they have the least amount of interference, so that signals can pass in and out of it, and because it's flat like that, it's not going to bounce off in unpredictable ways, so they can they have predictable interference that can be canceled out. I just thought they're cool. See similar designs when there's different kinds of radar attached to jets. You'll see little like globes attached to the bottom. And Doppler radar antennas you'll usually see with that for like weather forecasting. Also, the previous version of this map, you were able to drive those tanks that you see in the Arctic in the trailer, those like really fast angular looking tanks. And man, they were pretty crazy because they could go extremely fast regardless of the terrain, but they can't turn corners very well. So I remember just speeding over hills, going on insane jumps, and they were hard to flip over too. But you just had to go in a straight line. So you just had to like angle it just right to be going the right direction, and then just put the pedal to the metal and you would just fly over there in spectacular fashion. Final stand maps. I don't know if they're the same ones. I'm talking about like the ones that you see in the trailer for Battlefield 2042, because in the alpha they were there, but they're not in this version. This is another suspicious base. It's because it's not a capturable base, it's out on its own. And oftentimes in Easter egg history, they don't want people trying to do Easter egg challenges to interfere with the main gameplay of the rest of the server, so they'll sometimes hide things out in optional bases like this. Here's another case of a crate with green light on it. Cool illusion. Cosmodrome and Destiny has a bunch of them too. Yeah, they're really distinct in their appearance. They give a technological vibe. More crates that you cannot go inside. There's actually an Easter egg in, I think, BF4 that has quite a reputation, where it's a cargo container like this, and it's sealed, but it has a little note on it that says to be opened, or not to be opened until year 2142. Which, you know, is obviously a reference to the Battlefield game 2142. But people thought it would be funny if they updated the previous game, or if Battlefield 4, if they updated that to say to be opened 2042 or something. Or if they make another reference to have another crate that shouldn't be open until 2142. The electric vehicle charging stations. There aren't very many details on the chargers themselves. And I'm like spamming U's on everything that I come up close. But they explode in kind of a weird way when you shoot them. Like, let's see. wonder if in reality if they would actually explode like that. Like, I don't know how these work exactly. Do they have like a lot of contained or like capacitor stored energy in them that would cause an explosion like that? Yeah, EUSA is the space program. And one of the Easter egg call signs that have been present ever since Battlefield 4 is a tiny skull icon, which can oftentimes be found on poles, on like trees, like just about anywhere. But it's meant to be the kind of a signal to the player that there is some kind of puzzle nearby. So that's when the internet explodes, or at least the Easter egg internet explodes, is when someone finds a skull like that. Like, that's something that we'd be waiting for, because there's a particular developer named JJJU who was one of the creators of some of the most elaborate Easter egg challenges in the game's history, like technically complex ones. And that's kind of his symbol. And he used to use that as like his Twitter avatar for a while, and he would only ever change it to a skull when something was active for us to find. And the developers used to be way more vocal about when there were secrets to be found, but the user base has just grown so much that people will just eventually figure stuff out on their own. So they've been way more quiet in recent years with like Battlefield 5, 1, regarding if secrets are present. Sometimes they'll get more active in the Easter egg Discord when they know that something's present. So like a regular habit that we all get in the Easter egg Discord is that every time the game updates, we go and check every map and look at all the different points of interest. So that's kind of like what I've been doing this stream, is like looking around at areas that are points of interest, like places where stuff would probably be put. It's like the purpose of hiding something like that is because they want it to be found. Like, if you really want something to not be found, you would just like put it underwater, way out of bounds, where you'd have to like fly a jet out there and then jump off the jet and go underwater, and then you have a timer of the out of bounds thing counting down for 5 seconds before it kills you, before you can see it. So they normally wouldn't make something that obnoxiously hard to find. I mean, there have been Easter eggs in the past that require you to just barely see something out of bounds. And different developers handle secrets in different ways too, so there is no like unified method in which they create them. It varies person to person, but there was one in Battlefield 3 where it's kind of where this joke about pterodactyls was created, because they actually had a flying pterodactyl model that could only be found if you flew a helicopter way out of bounds and just barely, like a second before your helicopter would be destroyed because you're too far out of bounds, you could see a pterodactyl flying by in the distance. Which is pretty funny. I also noticed too that some of the ships over here are shooting like these surface-to-air missiles. Teleportation jet. And I was noticing that some of the ships in the horizon, some of their missiles actually reach land and they hit the rocket. So I don't know if it means that maybe just depending on the status of the game that they'll start firing on the rocket and causing it to blow up, because it must be that if the US wins, what happened to those trees? Good lord. That if the US wins or captures that base long enough, it will launch, but if Russia captures it long enough, it'll be destroyed? I don't know, it's like a lot of questions that we don't really know the answer to. Oh, there's a guy going up the zip line. That would be terrifying in real life. Battlefield Primal when? Oh, I don't think that would ever fly, because this series has a lot of people who are really sensitive about gunplay mechanics, and if there were no guns in the game, they would just have no interest. And like, I would really hate to be in charge of the gun-related mechanics in a game like this, just because it's like the tiniest little differences in things are like can have a major impact on how people see the game. Like, I've seen people who refund this game because they've played it just for like 10 minutes and are like, gunplay sucks, refund. And it's like, I have no idea like what they're talking about. Even if they explain what they don't like about it, there's like these just almost invisible little things about like how the weapons feel, and what is it, the TTK, time to kill. All these little things that like people who are really big on that are considering when they judge a game. It's just stuff that is just like imperceivable to me. Free helicopter. We got straps. More, I guess this looks more like, I think in Team Fortress 2, the rusty appearance doesn't really remind me of refined metal. What's the middle one? There's scrap. Oh, reclaimed? That's second, and then refined is the highest here. I haven't played TF2 in like 8 years. Or not that long, like 6 years. It's also interesting to point out too is that you can actually make holes in the ground too with explosions like this. And we did have an Easter egg in Battlefield 1 where you had to continuously blow apart the terrain in one spot to try to dig underground to reveal a drain pipe that had a valve on it, and you had to like use the valve. So that the fact that we have terrain deformation like that kind of leads me to believe that maybe that could have something to do with the puzzle in the future, but it was really tedious though, so I don't know if they would ever do that again. Even just announcing changes causes people to go insane. Bungie announced some small changes to recoil. Changes come out and nobody notices a difference, and they're making death threats about it. Yeah. It's just... Jesus. Oh, hi. What's going on here? I can't tell if that's just a model or if that's an actual player controlling whatever that was. Oh yeah, I could take this opportunity to take a look at the helicopter. Well, we have the NOPAT symbol, which is this N. And all the vehicles have lots of like letters and numbers all over them. Even like tiny things like this. Mechanical characteristics, performances, firing mode, ripple, single. That's just like for realism. It's usually like the thing that they're based off of has all that detail, so they include it. What does this button do? Oh god, can I actually punch this helicopter until it explodes? I really like the digitized looking cockpits like that. They have these big like stylized screens. This has gotta hurt. Let's see if this is actually doing damage. Doesn't look like it. But here, I'll use this as my chance to explore. How can I actually run the game? Well, I have a 3060 video card. I have it mostly on high. Textures and models on ultra. Okay, so aircraft allows me to go way further out of bounds that I can't normally do when on the ground. It's got some really crusty looking trees out here. Let's see how far out there I can go. I really like being able to move your head and look freely around the cockpit like this. I don't want to go too fast because it kills you pretty quick when you're out of bounds. Wow, I didn't expect to get this close. So there's actually like a helicopter in the back of this boat too. Uh-oh. I haven't been able to figure out what assisted flight does. Is it just like auto hover? Let's see. It helps with turning. I don't really notice a difference. Oh, it like makes it more extreme. Like you can make really sudden turns with less movement. That's all it really feels like. Is this lonely tree? It's like an EverQuest quality tree. Surprised there isn't like a higher level of detail, unless this is like detail that they would refine later. Got water going like way up the shore. I really like that they included this. To be able to just quickly look behind you. That was so frustrating in Battlefield 4, not being able to just see directly behind you like that. This reminds me so much of all of the Easter egg hunting in GTA 5. Just flying around big open areas in helicopters, like looking at the terrain, going glyph hunting, looking for like the rock paintings. Oh, that's cool. There's like low-hanging fog over there. Normally out of bounds. And I checked all of those containers. You can't go inside any of those. Look at these trees. Beautiful. There's an enemy helicopter over there. Probably gonna shoot me down. Look at this abstract world of Alien. I think this is the border right here. Or is it? Wow, okay. Guess I can go even further out. Oh, game, why did you have to happen? Oh, thank you for the follow, Damp Biscuit. I have the game music off. It would normally be going. Also, something a little mind-blowing that I heard about, well, that I realized, is the Battlefield theme and the Super Mario Brothers World 1 theme have the same rhythm. Because you have da-da-da-da-da-da, and then you have da-da-da-da-da-da. They're just different notes. Be like da 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 dun 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 dun. Same rhythm, different notes. I'm gonna see if I can snag another helicopter and keep exploring. Don't like that sound. Yeah, they must take place in the same universe. Makes sense. I'll try flying a jet. Oh, someone took it. Okay, I'll take a transport instead. Alright, I hope nobody minds that I just go on an adventure. Hey, it's a beta, no one really cares. Really hate the beta is all the characters look the same on both teams. I don't know if they plan on changing that. Like, they have subtle uniform differences, but it's very subtle. Let's crusty looking cliffs. Yeah, a lot of these look like laser scanned. Oh! Uh-oh. Guess there's no collisions on that ground. Am I the first person to drown in this game? Oh, our team owns this base. I can finally take a look around. Oh, did you just drown this a little bit ago? Beat me by 10 minutes. Okay, and I'll try to look down inside the building further. Because yeah, there's all these rooms up here. Cranes. We're really high up. Can't tell, is that auto spotting? Like if I'm just holding the mouse down on an enemy, if it automatically shows their location to others. So here's the flags again. French and Estonia, then in Belgium, and then there's a bunch of empty holes. Hello, Static Gremlin, welcome. We're just exploring. Well, I am anyway. Then over on this side we have Finland, Denmark, and Sweden, and then empty poles. And it's the same layout of flags every time, but in the previous version of this, all the poles had flags on them, and then they chose to remove some of them for this version. I just don't understand how the new spotting system works. Like, you can only just ping a location, that's it? But I've seen some soldiers show up on the, like, in a similar fashion to how it used to. So I don't understand how that works. Funny that DICE assumes the Sig Sauer MCX spear appearing in the game as M5A3 will get adopted. What is that, like a model that is not well received? You can ping enemies, but you have to be right on it There's also some vehicle seats that let you spot enemies. I saw that, the spotting seats, I remember trying those out, and it was kind of confusing how it would work. Also, how did they get these dumpsters up here? And, like, why are there garbage bins at the, like, roof of some kind of construction plant for rockets? Oh, that's right, I have a grappling hook. You ready to risk my life to try to get up there? Oh wow, you can actually get up here. Now where do I go from here? Oh, it's the rifle I'm holding? I can't stand right here. It's like forcing me to crouch. I can't reach this wall, so what if I... Oh wow, okay, I can get even higher. Yeah, Bob Lazar. Oh! All the flags are listed back here. Let me screenshot that. Okay, so we have European Union flag. And we have Italy. So Italy was removed. The EU flag was removed. And what is the flag all the way down here? Is that like Czech Republic flag? What is that? Let me look it up real quick. I'll just type red, white, and blue flag. Oh, I was right. It is Czech Republic's flag. I was Mostly a guess. Oops. Barely even noticed them up here. Okay. Where else could I go from here? It's over here. Oh, okay, you notice it way more when you're on this platform. God damn it. I'm gonna try to land on top of the open rocket there, see if there's any details that are interesting there. Half the team is on the roof sniping. Wouldn't be a Battlefield game without third of your team's, half your team sniping. Oh, look, it's a dog. Two of them. They've reproduced. Oh, there's damaged versions of all these things too. Cool. I like how a lot of us are just like hanging out here. Oh, he's flying the drone. That's cool. That's something I want to try. Apparently, oh, Twitch just reset all the stream keys. Oh. I don't know how that's gonna work. I guess like next time you stream, you have to redo all that. I've been meaning to try out this apparent glitch that you can use the drone to like propel yourself into space. Jesus. Oh, there's nothing interesting. How do I change the zoom level? Oh. Okay, was that it? Throw a C5 in here. I can throw a grenade. Suck at video games. It's kind of a dangerous, what's the word, like a feedback loop or something, where people don't revive, so they don't expect to be revived. So if someone does want to revive, they're not going to have anyone to revive because the people don't expect to be revived. And then it just like no one, like the mechanic just gets thrown out the window entirely. Okay, I'll fool around with the drone next round to see if I can get any of the glitches to happen. Yeah, it definitely needs to have the request medic, request ammo, transportation. Those are all pretty useful. And for spotting to not be useless. I mean, most of all, like, the drone really needs to be able to spot. Like, I thought that was not only really fun part of Battlefield 4, but it also makes sense. Because, like, drones are used for surveillance. Right now, like, the only use the drone has is just to, like, I think it can, like, disable the dogs or something like that. Like, it has, like, a specific use, and it's not very important. You can request transport by spotting a friendly vehicle. Don't know if it notifies the driver. Yeah, I thought some of it might have been, like, a context-sensitive thing. Okay. Well, let's see... It can disable vehicles? I was trying to do that earlier and it didn't seem like it was doing anything. Here we go. All right. Uh-oh, I'm stuck now. Maybe I have to keep going. Oh, I need to get momentum. Oh, geez. Uh-oh. Whoa, whoa. I'm still on top. Oh, it put me back on the ground when I switched out of it, but I'm still floating. Whoa, I'm underground! Holy crap. Okay, I'm not controlling this, believe it or not. Well, was at least aware that I was somewhere I shouldn't have been. See underground with this. I gotta probably have to be kind of on a slope to make it easier to get underneath the player. Drone looks cool. Yeah, the visuals on all the vegetation are fantastic. Looks like a drone looks like a flying video card. It does. Oh, I wonder if being prone makes it any easier. Oh, I just go through myself. I'm stuck. There, oh! Person didn't even bother looking at what I'm doing. Why would anyone be doing anything other than just running and gunning? Yeah! I wonder how this looks on the overhead map. You just see a player like rapidly teleporting over it. I hope this wouldn't get like detected as cheating and get me banned. Because it's just like moving at speeds no player should be able to move. Or what if I just moved it out here and then just stepped on it? Oh, that's a lot easier than I thought. You notice that on Xbox it gives you some of the wrong controls for things? Yeah, I believe it. Someone in my squad is named Anal Bead Operator. But an operator for everything. Yeah, let's see if this can go underwater. That would be interesting. Alright, it cannot go underwater. So apparently one of the benefits of using this specialist is, see that ping that happens at the bottom of the screen? Apparently that is detecting any other players around me. Yeah, and it will start turning red if it detects another person. Well, an enemy anyway. Wait, did I get a new drone? Ooh. If I can pick somebody else up. Oh! Wonder what that looks like on the outside. Uh-oh, where'd it go? Whoa! You put it way over here. You had 2 drone users, could you make a staircase to the sky? Maybe. It would be extremely tedious, I imagine. Because of what a tiny little collision box it has. Yeah, if you drive the drone too far away from yourself, it loses connection. I'm ascending. A little bit. Want somebody to walk by and see me floating like 10 feet off the ground. Ascending very slowly. Oh, I'm 80. It at least does a good job at correcting the horrifying glitch that starts to happen. Yeah, look at my speed and altitude on the sides there. I'm going 100 kilometers per hour and I'm like rapidly fluctuating. Yeah, the logic is like there's no way someone could be moving this fast and just resets everything. I do really like that when you jump out of a vehicle, how it maintains a somewhat realistic momentum. I remember for a long time in Battlefield games, you could be flying like 200 miles per hour in a jet, and then you jump out and you'd like lose all your momentum and just like slowly float downwards. Ooh, oh. Oh, I almost made it in a stable and high position. Oh, someone else with a drone? Or no, they're calling in a vehicle, never mind. Wonder if in their screen if they're like spazzing out, flying around at Mach 10. You can slide a good amount if you fling yourself when getting out at high speeds. Gotta figure out a way to fling. I just need to like get a big running start. Oh, you're thinking about vehicles, yeah. If I just crush myself against a wall. If it can pick up a quad bike. Oh, that'd be an interesting thing to test. really hard to control. I don't even know where a quad is. Can I like call in a vehicle? Well, it's letting me do it. Oh! It just destroyed it. Oh well. Let's see if I can find a quad. CPU just jumped up to like 95% usage. Went back down. Oh, there's a quad. Huh. Look at the tiny detail on the concrete. That's weird. Some kind of like auto subdivision thing going on. No, don't drive it. No! Oh. Oh, I guess the concrete does that anyway. How weird. Kind of like displacement map thing going on. Uh-oh, there's windows again. Uh-oh. Oh man. I'll make my escape. You'll never catch me. There we go, just enjoy the scene. These towers remind you of Apex Legends, how you can zip line between them. Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of like modern FPS influence in this game. More tracers than Overwatch going on right now. I like how they got the accurate delay where the bullets travel faster than the sound. It does let me see people really far away. Like, actual, just a single pixel on my monitor. Like, I can see people running in and out of that big, like, storage area. Or whatever that is. I like the wind sounds that's playing as well. Oh. Okay, I won't be streaming too much longer. I think we looked at the Easter egg things. Actually, one last thing I didn't do is to look around the missile silo itself. I guess not a missile, but the shuttle, the launch pad. Yeah, that. I'll try to get over there right away. Okay. Try to get to that silo. Nice. I'm inside a condor. Interior looks cool, even if everyone's just like dead looking. There is a little station way at the top. Check that out. See you later, Sir Crow. Nice, yeah, this is just like a loading thing, I guess. You haven't felt any difference with the armor plates? Yeah, it could just be an imagination, or what do you call it, a psychological effect. It feels like you should be more armored. I like the details on this thing. Placebo armor, there you go. All those particles falling off of the rocket, it's not just like ice that's forming and then it breaks off, because you see that in actual launches. Oh, there is a little meter for armor. I didn't even notice that. It says 20. How much does this SMG do? 30. But I don't have any of the things here. I can boost it up. Oh no, 30, 30. If I use different high power mag, I can get up to 35. Didn't even notice that it did have stats on the side there, huh? Uh-oh. Oh, I have the grapple, right. Uh-oh. Just chilling. Titanium material. Sure it's safe to breathe all this in down here. notice that if you actually manage to get a ping that works, that it really does help, because suddenly you see like several aircraft will immediately pursue the thing that you marked, because they're usually having a hard time finding targets on the ground anyway. I think there's an area underground here too. The rocket takes off when you're here. Does it kill you? I personally haven't tried, but Sir Crow, who was here earlier, said that they managed to survive, but they're also trying to dodge debris. So I don't know if there's like, if a certain falling chunk of the rocket hits you, because you know it can be destroyed also. Wow, parachute didn't deploy. Well, this area just looks to be tunnels anyway. You hope the 2142 vehicles and stuff get added to here. That would be pretty awesome. For a portal. How's the EE hunting going? Well, they're really, since it is just a beta and this is a 2-month-old version, there isn't anything like, you know, there's nothing substantial, but found just some small things like a package label that says there's nothing funny to read here, and there's some like tiny animals that run around. Like we found a rat that comes running out of a dumpster when you get nearby. It was interesting to see that the flags that line the runway, that the flags were changed between this version and the last version. There's radio stations that you can listen to get some background story, and there's some radios placed in the world also. And there's even one that's like way out on its own in the corner here. So yeah, there really isn't much, but it just spent this time exploring the map and its details. And you can fly way out of bounds too and explore. I can see if I can grab a helicopter. Looks like one's crashing right now, so I should be able to grab it. Tunnel areas remind you of Halo. Yeah, Halo likes grand architecture, like just really huge scale, concrete kinds of things. Wait, I'll fly a jet. Alright. First time being in a jet. How do I fly? Let's just see how... Oh god, I really have to mess with the sensitivity. This is way too low. Holy crap. I'm like scraping my mouse across my entire area. Alright, let's just see how high straight up I can get. Stall, stall, stall. Well, there goes $300 million. Hey! It's gonna be a long fall. I'm parachuted. Find spacebar to pitch up real quick. Whoa! Yeah, I know there's a lot of techniques people have to flying jets well. Yeah, there's actually a lot of nearly identical rocket launching bays. Like here's the one, the main one, and then you look down this like peninsula. There's another one, and if you wait long enough you actually see a rocket launch from there also. Tons of ships in the distance. A nice view. Starting to rain. Actually does a pretty good transition to... Whoa, okay, that was pretty sudden, but when you're on the ground, if you watch the sky, you'll see that it just like very gradually fades from clear sky to cloudy. Bunch of fires in the distance. Yeah, my scope has a Wi-Fi signal. And low battery, apparently, too. No, I'm at seagull level, and you can actually hear them. Well, that was a nice relaxing fall. I'm on a 3060 Ti. I do occasionally get that weird CPU hiccup thing where my CPU, like right now, is at 40% usage, and it'll just jump up to like 98, and then the game will freeze. But it hasn't been bad at all. I have all high settings, textures, and mesh qualities at ultra. My monitor is just 60 hertz, running at 1080, 1920 by 1080. So nothing next gen, really, just kind of standard. Oh, there was a console command you can type in to get a performance thing? Well, there goes the end of my journey. Does anyone know what command that is? Perf, overlay, draw FPS 1. And there's also graph. Oh, okay, in the top right there. Yeah, I'll just type Impulse 101. Oh, this rocket's launching over there. So what is that showing? GPU's at 60? I don't really know how to read that information. That tiny little speck is that rocket that launched, and it just sort of sits there. Actually, I should try to reach that rocket. I wonder if there's a jet available. FES is before the slash. So I'm just getting 60. Oh, I have vertical sync on. That's why it's at 60. Yeah, it looks like I'll leave it on for a little bit here. Doesn't feel like it dropped to 30. It must have been for a very small amount of time. See if I can go check out the frozen rocket. Yes, here we go. No! No! I picked a jet! Why did you put me here? I'm not here to actually play the game. It's still up there? Ow. Those like Minecraft cheats are typing. Player add item 00001. Debris just disappears. I think the rocket's gonna launch because I'm on the US team, and I think when the US has that point, it launches. Oh, it's Skyrim and Morrowind, I see. I keep forgetting there's sentry guns in this game too. The thing that just blew up. I don't see a tornado forming. Right when I started the stream we had a tornado and it was so cool looking. It'll launch as long as it doesn't get blown up. So to blow it up, do you actually have to shoot it? Or is it just like if the Russian team captures it? Yeah, there is a destructive state. Trying to think of where would be a cool place to be when it launches. I haven't been right up next to it before. I've only seen it launch from far away. More often than not, I've seen it launch. It's also cool that as it gets darker, all these like floodlights turn on too. It's nice attention to detail. No! Why did you have to end the round? Why do people have to actually play? Why can't we just enjoy the environment? Hope we get a tornado again. Okay, if this round is not a stormy day, I think I'll end the stream. If it is a stormy day, I think that means it's a chance it's going to be a tornado. Ow. Oh, well, there we go. It's stormy. And I'm on the Russian side. I should just actually play like normal. Usually like just doing vehicle stuff. It's more fun to me than running around. But all the vehicles are... Oh, no, this one's... Ah, God damn it. Let me fly, please. Please give. Oh, wait, here we go. Nice. Damn it. I could have, I had the blowtorch. You can still repair vehicles while you're inside them. You're in my game, nice. How do you recognize names? Oh, thank you for the follow, the Monster Man. Oh, I'm in a spotter position, okay. I wanted to see how this mechanic worked. How does this work? I got G. Not sure what G is doing. Looks like it's looking just in my immediate area, I guess. Pilot must be AFK because people aren't nearly this smooth at flying. I'm trying that. Oh wait. You just killed me? Nice. Okay, so it looks like I was able to spot that guy. Wow. Let me fly, show you how it's done. Meanwhile, I'm gonna crash in like a really embarrassing way. Oh, someone took it. Here, I'll take this. Ooh. I like the rain. It's way harder to see now. Holy crap. Yeah, vehicle physics are definitely different. I need a spotter. Here we go. Stunt time. Is it not gonna let me in? Oh, I'm stuck. Hey, jerk! Just immediately steals it and tries to fly away and then breaks it more. Cool guy. Oh, that was an enemy tank. Missed just about every shot. What a disgrace. Yeah, I'm terrible. It only landed like one hit. God damn it. What? Okay, I got killed. My soldier was killed. Someone spawned in the helicopter, took the pilot seat, and left. Well, the tank is still over here. Oh, we're sniping, I see. God, I love the way the rain looks. What, you can shoot while on the zip line? Well, that sucks. I like in the previous Battlefield games how you could, as a gunner, you could help spot, but now it's like you can't do that at all. You're just kind of left to your mind most of the time. Well, of course, they have a tank on the roof of the place. You just sit in the passenger seat and just repair the whole time. Look at how drastic the color difference is from inside to outside. It's like tinted or something. Everybody. Kidding me? God damn it. Very easy to use the spotting mechanic. It takes a long time for them to actually show up, unless I'm just doing something wrong. Well, there. Got one. Some more. Don't crash! Oh. It's so shaky, too. Oh. Bulldozer game. Crimson Rain. Look at these gamer names. Got a Robo Dog. Got 2 helicopters assaulting this base, but nobody's like actually capturing the base. Bulldozer's not giving up on this base. Rocket getting ready to launch, I think. I think we're getting a tornado. Vehicle descending without a parachute. I think can I just hold the spot button down and just swipe? Is that what's happening? 'Cause that would be way more useful. Oh shit. Oh, I missed it. I mean, I just saw the end of it. Well, it blowing up is more rare. Huh. So faction doesn't have anything to do with it, because that was the US team that had it, and it blew up when they had the base the whole time. You're at the top of the rocket tower right now? Well, I'm not in a helicopter anymore. Saved the helicopter's life. Don't need any more anti-helicopter bloodshed going on here. Cow. There's a lot on my screen right now. like within seconds of being in the air, that you already have 1,000 anti-air rockets flying at you. Like, I hear people complain about helicopters all the time. Like, they're too powerful, blah, blah, blah. Have you ever tried flying one? You just get torn to shreds easily. Like, vehicles are what make this game interesting and stand out, and people keep wanting to weaken them more and more. Like, people are complaining that the handheld AA rockets don't lock on. Like, that would be ridiculously overpowered if any class, any specialist... Oh, we got this bug again. Any specialist could carry a lock-onable AA rocket. An aircraft would just never do anything. And there's the silence. Oh yeah, how was your game, King Zingle? Were you sniping from the rocket tower? We're there for 10 minutes. I see. Oh, you were gonna try grappling up the rocket. Yeah, and then they ended up blowing it up instead. Alright, well, I'm gonna end the stream here. Just wanted to at least see how my computer could handle streaming and playing this, and it went pretty well. So, that's good, because in the future, when we start actually having Easter egg mysteries and things to investigate with this game, I'd like to stream that as it happens. I can check the Discord, the Easter egg Discord. Yeah, nothing new. Yeah, if you're interested in Battlefield Easter eggs and what is most likely going to come after the game launches next month, just go to discord.gg/BFEE, as in Battlefield Easter egg. It's a gigantic community. It is by far the most dedicated group for the mysteries of Battlefield games. And if you're interested in me and the weird things I'm into, which tends to be lots of also mysterious stuff involving video games and all that, you can go and click below my stream for the Discord link, or I'll put a link in chat right now. We have movie nights occasionally. The next movie we're probably going to show is Contact, which is one that I've been wanting to see for a long time. Ha! And yes, Hotel Nancy now, apparently. No problem for the shout out. What was I gonna say? Oh, you posted an image. What's this? Oh, weird. I'll show it on stream. You have a big yellow line that's just cutting through the middle of the screen. That's very strange. I don't know, I haven't seen that before. I mean, it kind of matches the boundaries of the map. I don't know. I also had a kind of similar glitch where, how could it be the tornado path? Is that really what it looks like? I know when the tornado is in game, you see the giant symbol as it floats around. Yeah, yellow is also the color when the squad designates a waypoint. I don't know if it has anything to do with that. But I had a similar situation where a player's icon was really glitchy and was like stretching out over like half the map. And it took me a while to figure out that that was supposed to be a player. It was just some like really glitchy, rapidly flickering thing that was flying around. It didn't look like this, but there have been strange map issues like that. Okay, I'm just gonna see if anybody I know is streaming currently to pass along some folks to them. Yeah, Zingle, thanks for stopping by and playing along. I gotta reset all this Twitch stuff now too, apparently, because I guess Twitch forcibly reset everyone's stream keys for safety measures, according to someone in chat. Rat cam streaming. Let's see if there's any rat activity. Okay, not Doritos. Joel, that a lot of you probably know, Varg Skeletor, he's streaming Kingdom Hearts currently. Limmy is streaming. I might host him.
And you probably don't care, but it's just a habit I've got. I know what you're probably thinking through there. I'm no. Can I read the bit before?
Did you guys understand anything that he just said? I mean, he's doing an impression currently, so it's a little different than he normally talks.
There is a chance that, because if it's a guy, there's a possibility he himself is a fucking sleazeball, so he won't fucking care. But there's also the chance that she could have listened to the stuff before and read it and still thought it was a sleazeball anyway.
I actually have watched a lot of Limmy before. I'm used to that. Very, very funny. Alright, I'm just gonna raid Limmy. There's nobody else that I know streaming currently. There's a million people streaming Battlefield, so you got plenty of choices in that regard. If you want to see more of that and see actual gamers play and not me. Huh. Didn't notice that the stream at the very bottom is a thin line showing the game. I didn't even see that on my end. I mess up the alignment of something? Weird. Anyway, rating Limmy. Alright, have a good night slash afternoon slash morning slash night, whatever it may be. Probably going to stream Industria sometime in the future. Probably going to watch Contact on my Discord at some point. And more Battlefield once the game releases. Gonna check out everything again and do more searching. And that's about it. Okay, raid is about to start. Alright, have a good night. Enjoy Limmy.